Good morning, good afternoon, traders. Welcome everyone in the test guidance room and in the master room. Good morning, team. Hi, Clifton. Hi, Scott. I don't know whether Amir is going to be here with us today, hopefully. I hope everyone had a beautiful green day yesterday in the guidance room, in the test guidance room, in the YouTube. There is no complaint of yesterday trading. We had two beautiful big winners, including PLTR short. I missed WMT, unfortunately, but I just made a huge short on the TQQQ. As you could see, the market just turned down. Yesterday, the Dow declined 1%, the S&P 0.43, and even the Nasdaq just slid 0.47%. So overall, a red day in the market, which is not very common to see nowadays. Hi, Dor. Good morning to you. Nice to see you, Clifton. All right, traders. So this was yesterday. Of course, today it's a new era because both of the SPY and the triple Q, it is just starting with a small green at the moment, at least. As I see on my watch list, Bitcoin is surging higher together with the coin. I'm just going to talk about why triple Q higher with 0.41%, and even the SPY is nicely to the green side, but not that strong as the Nasdaq. So the SPY is up 0.11% at the moment. What happened yesterday? Why we did see a red day? Actually, the first and the biggest reason, it was Walmart. The Walmart earnings, traders, not even the earnings, because Walmart on Thursday is just delivered some really nice strong quarterly numbers, but the company's warning of the potential profit dip spooked the investors and raising concerns about shifting consumer spending, and maybe is just fueling an ongoing economic uncertainty, traders. So this is why the market got just a little bit spooked, and even Palantir PLTR was a quite of a big hit. As I just mentioned you, we just get a really nice really nice move on that. Okay, there is no sound. All right, I'm just going to try to do something here. Sorry, YouTube traders. Okay. All right, how about now? How about now? I hope there is now a okay. Thank you and sorry for that. Yes, actually. Looks like my headset did not want to connect to the YouTube, but now I am ready. And okay, sorry guys. So I'm just repeating myself. Thank you, Lar, for warning me. In the master room, though, you heard me, right? I'm just repeating myself quickly. So I hope everyone had a beautiful green Thursday. In the test guidance room on the YouTube, we had a beautiful green Thursday, including PLTR short and TQQQ short. Both of them have been really big winners, more than 1 to 4 hour, which is, I must tell you, it's just a dream trade for every day trader. Hopefully today I'm going to rinse and repeat that as well. All of the stock exchanges just made a dip, and the stocks indices as well, indeed, including Dow, SPY, and the triple Q. But now everything is back, except of the Dow, by the way. The SPY is just slightly greener, 0.11%, not a huge green, but the triple Q, it's climbing nicely, 0.44%. And the reason why the market dropped yesterday is the Walmart warning sign about the possible declining in the consumer sentiment, let's call it like that, and this can fuel some economic uncertainty indeed. So that was the reason why we could see the markets lower. Also, as I mentioned you today, the SPY and the triple Q still in green, but the Dow not really. And if you just check my pre-market chart here, you can see with the UNH. So UNH, United Health, is the reason why the Dow is down until the triple Q and the SPY is higher. Actually, the United Health faces civil probe into Medicare billing practices. This is the reason why UNH is moving lower. Really big move to the downside, more than 12%. We are just going to talk about that. Hi, Andrew. Ted, nice to see you. Thank you, Dor. Good morning to everyone again. Traders, I'm just repeating myself. If you have any questions, any info you need about the test packages, challenges, because we have days as well, indeed, new products, please just visit test.com or just drop me an email, and I'm more than happy to help you regarding trading, private mentoring, packages, anything like that. So please just let me know immediately. And of course, if you have any questions, you can just type it in the chat as well. And if you have some great candidates today, that would be great to see as well. Also, I am ready with some great ones, including UNH. Today, traders, it is going to be quite of a busy day on the economic calendar. 9:45 flash manufacturing and services PMI, 10 o'clock existing home sales, revised consumer sentiment, plus inflation expectations. So really, really busy first hour of trading. 11:30 Jefferson is speaking, and of course we cannot end this week without a Trump speech. So President Donald Trump is going to speak as well. Usually he's speaking around 1 p.m. I guess this is going to be the situation today as well. And we have one more important fact today, which is going to happen, and this is option expiration. Traders, option expiration, it can cause increased volatility on the market on every third Friday of the month. And this is the third Friday of February. That's why please be careful, because volatility is guaranteed, not just because of the economic news, but even because of the option expiration. Hi, Lee. Good morning to you. Happy Friday to everyone. Hi, Jennifer. Nice to see you. Good morning. Okay, traders. So let's see quickly what happened all around in the headlines. Not too much indeed. The yesterday red move seems like, especially the triple Q, it's just nicely recovering. SPY not yet that much. We have some news on Coinbase. Its stock is rising as the SEC is giving up its case against the crypto exchange, and even the Bitcoin is quite strong. It's heading towards to the 100K again. So it was to keep an eye on the Bitcoin related stocks, traders, especially Coin, Mara, MSTR. MSTR not my ultimate favorite because it's a crazy stock with lots of spread indeed. So let's just be careful with that. But Mara and Coin definitely going to be on my list. Asia, especially the Hang Seng, ended very nicely to the green side, and actually it's just surged to a 3-year peak on Friday, leading the regional markets as investors balance Japan's rising inflation against the renewed tariff threats from US President Donald Trump. So this is a nice start again for the Chinese stocks. Baba, as I've seen, it's up again, but just be careful with that. Baba was a beast yesterday. I did not trade it. I just did not have the guts just to get into the long after the opening, and I could not believe to my eyes, but this was just going higher and higher and higher. So Chinese stock exchange still very strong indeed. European stocks ending into the green side, not a huge green though. As I've seen, the DXY index is declining a little bit under this 107 level at the moment, and US 10 years treasuries are just moving lower as well. This is good for the bulls at the moment. But as I mentioned, you traders, let's just be careful, because indeed this economic calendar today is going to be quite busy. Okay, so let's see the international news. I have not seen too much. German election here, Google and Meta XX blast Europe over strict AI regulation as big tech ups the ante. So this is I know that I just read this article some weeks ago that Europe doesn't like this. I mean, they really want to regulate these AI things here in Europe, which I would say maybe it's not a bad idea, but seems like Google and Meta doesn't like the idea, which is understandable. Okay, guys, the Europe stocks are rising, as I've told you, and Kingspan is up 10% indeed. Okay, Friday biggest movers. We have Rivian, Apple, Amazon, NVIDIA, Block, and a lot more. So let's just bring them here on my screen. And the first one, let's just stay with UNH. So UNH at the moment, it's dropping. I'm just telling you exactly the number. It's 12% lower, very high pre-market volume, $440, amazing big gap down. Last time when we have seen this number or this price level on the stock traders, it was back in April 2024. So that was a very long time ago. Let's see whether it can keep the United Health as a support. Also seems like this is just getting lower in the pre-market. The reason why the shares are just sinking so much, the Wall Street Journal reported that the insurer is under investigation by the Justice Department. The probe is evaluating United Health protocol for recording diagnosis that can lead to extra payments on Medicare Advantage plans, according to the report. Very bad news for the UNH. So I'm going to put it on my short list for sure. And if UNH is going down, might the rest of the healthcare stocks are going to make the same move, traders, so we can just watch them for a sympathy play indeed. So my first one is UNH and it's going to the short side. Next one, Rivian. This is not doing well indeed as well in the pre-market as I've seen. RIVN. Reason for that, deliveries, they just falling, unfortunately. So actually 3% after the firm forecast lower deliveries in 2025. This is the reason why we see Rivian down at the moment, 7%, very high pre-market volume, 1250 is just touching the 200 EMA on the daily. I assume if it's breaking the pre-market lows, might we will see more pain ahead on the Rivian. So let's just call it to the short side. Next one, it's Akamai. The cloud computing stock tumbled 10% after the company guidance for the first quarter came in much weaker than expected. That's not good, but let's see Akamai, whether it has enough pre-market volume, first of all. This is what I am interested in. Hi, Mar. Good morning to you. Okay, so Akamai pre-market volume, nice. And I like the daily as well. It's under $90 level. The next very strong support, not just the pre-market lows, but this 88.50 level as I see on the daily. On these levels, please just be cautious with that levels, but seems like Akamai can be a great short. Next one, it's Block, and Block is just down 8.8%, reported a top and bottom line miss in the fourth quarter. XYZ, as far as I remember on the symbol. Yep. XYZ is down 10%, nice pre-market volume, and seems like it's just starting with a huge gap down. And as I see, nothing to stop this fall. So I'm just going to put XYZ to the short side. Wow, nothing on the long side. That's interesting. Let's see something which just went higher. Okay, Coinbase, for example, as I mentioned you in the news, the cryptocurrency exchange rose more than 4% after the SEC agreed in principle to drop an enforcement action against the Coinbase, and the deal still needs the commissioner's approval, but this is already a huge positive news for the coin. Excuse me, traders. I really hope my voice is just going to stay here until 11 at least. So the coin is up at the moment 4.3%, 1.2 million in the pre-market volume. Very strong. I like it. Also, let's be careful on the 270 level, and after that, especially the 275, which is the 50 and 20 EMA on the daily. So this can be a stronger resistance for the coin, but looks great indeed. Hi, DVG. Good morning to you. Okay, so CoinDB and Akamai and XYZ. CELH is the next one, Celsius, which is just made a nice, actually a very nice move in the pre-market, more than 30%. Reason why Celsius, this is an energy drink maker, by the way, going up or skyrocketing. So wow, almost 36% higher. It's just surpassing the expectations for the fourth quarter earnings and entering an agreement to acquire acquire Alani Nutrition in a cash and stock deal. So it seems like this company has a really, really good situation on the profit side. That's why they can just buy something on cash. That's a very strong message towards to the investors, stockholders, and let's see whether it can go even higher after that. CELH to the long side. Dropbox is here. Shares of the cloud software fell more than 9%, so it seems like PODD, oh no, not PODD, sorry, Dropbox. I just mixed DBX, yes, PODD is the insulet. So DBX was very extended on the daily. It is just the time to take some profit taking, I would say, especially after that news because of the mixed quarterly results. So this DBX can go to our shortlist. And now comes PODD, which is Insulet Corporation. This got some news today as well. Well, despite of being Friday, we have a really, really nice and volatile Friday already. So Insulet, as of the manufacturer of the insulin delivery system, as lower 1.5, the company called for first quarter revenue growth with a lower and coming slightly under analyst estimation. Ouch, that's not a good news. PODD, though, is just going to go to my secondary list. I don't like the pre-market volume traders. It's just under 5K, 5,000. This is a very, very low number. Let's just leave it alone. And what else on my list? Grab, which is not even tradable on my platform. Mercado Libre is here. Meli, which for me, it's a bit pricey. If you like it, I'm going to call it to the secondary list. As I see, it is on DVG's list, Scott's list. Yes, Meli. MELI. This Mercado Libre, this is the shares of the Latin American e-commerce company, 12% on results. And I think that's it on the big movers, but I still have my watch list, which I just would like to check quickly. On the short side, we have Oxy, CVX, and Roblox is just on the zero. And the strongest ones are at the moment, Baba, as I mentioned, you is still has not finished this skyrocketing coin. Baidu, PDD, Hood doesn't look bad either. SMCI, PLTR pulling back after 2 days of going down. UPST, I'm going to keep an eye on it. Meta looks like it's a strong one. And AMD, DKNG, Oracle, Netflix, Amazon, Google, all of them nicely to the green side. But the strongest, Hood, as I mentioned you, SMCI, which I'm going to keep an eye on that. Hood looks like as a great opportunity for a daily reversal. I like it to the long side. Let me just check SMCI here as well quickly. SMCI. Nice. SMCI, as I mentioned you, I was expecting a small pullback or just a consolidation. Seems like this is a consolidation, but maybe this is going to be the continuation as well. SMCI, I'm just going to move it to my secondary list together with INTC because these lower price stocks are quite big movers in the recent weeks. And one more, which I just checked, and it can be PLTR, UPST, actually a little bit more. So PDD as well, PLTR, UPST. PDD, I'm just expecting this 130 finally to break it. I feel like traders, if this is going to take this 130, this stock, it's just going to fly to the moon. So PDD definitely is going to be on my long list, but I would like to see this 130 breakout finally on the stock. UPST and PLTR are still here. PLTR, as I mentioned you, after 2 days of in a row, big pullback, now seems like it's just making a beautiful reversal. So PLTR, I'm going to put it on the long side. It's up almost 2%. And UPST, which can be a little bit spready and sometimes low on the volume at the moment, though. Yeah, I'm not going to put it on my list. This is going to be enough to start the Friday trading with. I think I'm just posting my list here and I'm just going to post it, of course, in the Tef's guidance room as well. So traders, this is the list for today. Please don't forget 9:45 news, 10 o'clock news. Trump is speaking, Jefferson is speaking, FOMC member Jefferson. So lots of going on today until 1 p.m. when Trump is going highly likely. I could not see the time, but I assume that this is going to be this 1 p.m. again. So good luck, everyone. Thank you, Mohammed. Good luck, everyone. Good luck, Master Room. Good luck, team. Have a beautiful Green Friday. I wish you, and I wish you a beautiful weekend as well. I'm just going to stay, of course, on the YouTube Devs Guidance Room and trading there until 11. So all the best, Master Room traders. Have a green one today. Bye.
Traders, top of the morning to everybody, and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to a Friday. Man, we are at the end of the week. Thank you to Aggie for getting us kicked off and pointed it in the right direction. Always a pleasure and always great to have Aggie be with us here as we get going into a Friday session here. Going to be a great day. We've got volatility. That's important, right? We've got Friday action. We got a lot of stuff going on. Trump's in the news. The rest of the market is kind of following along as we get into the day today. Let's talk about these markets. We'll pick some stocks. We'll get this day going. The market's split right now for the futures, and we'll tell you why and get ready for the day here. Asia futures in the overnight, we saw the Nikkei rise 99 points. Hong Kong Hang Seng up 900.94, up almost 4%, 3.99% for Hong Kong Hang Seng. Outstanding play. Shanghai up 28. Europe still in session. They're green across the board too. German DAX up 65. FTSE in UK up 10. CAC 40 in Paris up 43. You combine that with the Asian markets, and you've got all 6 markets globally higher, putting pressure on the pre-market futures here in the US of A. And on the NASDAQ side, that's what we have. NASDAQ up 83.5. S&P futures up 4.5. And the Dow futures down 222 this morning. Oil's down 98 cents, 71.50 per barrel. If you're in the gold patch this morning, down just a little bit, down $7.50 to 29.4860. Silver's down just a bit to 33.40 and a half per troy ounce. Copper's down, platinum's down, palladium is down. What's out there? Headline news here this morning. Coinbase says the SEC dropping enforcement case as the CEO calls for an end to bogus actions against crypto, calling out everybody that's out there that's pretending and saying, hey, you know what? Crypto's not for real. They're saying BS on that and moving things forward. United Health, UNH, tumbles 12% on the Wall Street Journal report that the DOJ is investigating Medicare billing practices, UNH. And then the Senate adopts a $340 billion budget blueprint for Trump's agenda after the marathon vote-a-rama. Energy drink Celsius in the news, popping 30% today on big earnings beat and their acquisition. So that's about it. Coinbase, United Health, and Celsius all in the news this morning. Futures higher on the NASDAQ and the S&P side, lower on the Dow. What is happening out there? Traders, Mark, good morning to you. Great to have you here this morning. Lee, good morning. Yep, David Orlando, good morning to you. Seth, good morning. Clifton, how are you? Good morning. Happy Friday, my friend. Great to have you here this morning. Miguel, good morning. Great to see you here this morning. Great to be trading with everybody. Remember, this room is really predicated on can you, in fact, get a, okay, there we go. Can you, in fact, focus in on these markets and dial it up, post your trades, let everybody know what's going on, and help everybody else out there. The nosedives on HIMS, I have not, but I am going to take a look at HIMS right now. HIMS. What's the news on it? Anything that you're aware of? Yeah, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Let's see if I've got anything on the wire here. Headline news. I don't see anything. Let me see if I can put in. Pacific, yeah. Okay, there we go. New search, Hims. Okay, let's see if there's anything out there in the world. Yeah, Hims acquires U.S.-based peptide facility. Yeah, peptide. They just acquired something. That's about it, right? February 18th. Yeah, that's all that I have here. Okay, let's go in. I'll take a look at it. An acquisition. Yeah. Yep, that's exactly right. Let's go ahead and post a few trades here this morning. As we have about 4.5 minutes here before we get going here, I'll post the alert. Yeah, I don't either, Scott. That's kind of weird. Maybe it's a good buy for us here on the when it's pulling back like this. Okay, first trade out of the gate will be a Celsius trade over CELH over 35, CELH long at 35. Post that one here. Then let's do the DBX under 29. DBX short under 29. And then last but not least will be the Coinbase trade COIN 268. We'll post this one to the long side. COIN long 2668. There we go. Coin. Okay, now let's bring the Hims trade in here. Take a look at it here. We'll keep this one up here. Have the full screen. Hims down. Let's turn on the daily here. We'll take a look at the at what it looks like here. I mean, it's got a ways to drop down to 50 here on the chart, maybe even 45. But looking at it right now, looks like a good opportunity to possibly buy. So we're in the 50s right now. We've dropped, what, 12 points so far. Should be interesting day here for that stock, no doubt about it. Okay, set to go. I'll get DVG in here, make some comments here. He's got his watch list up. He's got Celsius up there. He's got Coin, Hims, PLTR. So some of the same stuff that I have as well as Aggie. So we're generally on the right side of the trade here. Jim, good morning. Steve, looking at NVO. Yeah, NVO really nice this morning. Yep, I can, DVG. Good morning to you. How are you?
Doing well.
Good.
Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. No problem.
Well, I've got my Celsius energy drink with me this morning in celebration of
there you go.
A nice move in the markets. Obviously, earnings not great on the top side, but they did beat on revenue, so that's, I suppose, a good thing. Hims acquisition of a peptide company literally just happened. I don't know, maybe 20 minutes ago. Yeah, they announced it. So probably some volatility in that name. I'm just keeping a closer eye on these stocks. As you guys know, I don't typically trade stocks that are under $100, but you know, there's some exceptions. SMCI, Hims, like we've been trying to dance around some of that. For those of you who have been doing your homework, maybe a just quick ask of the community. Anybody look up or familiar with Wyckoff accumulation or distribution strategies? Anybody? I mentioned it yesterday. Did anybody look that up, or were you already familiar with that? Just checking to see if that's ever relevant info. But reason I bring it up, we are kind of there right now. So keeping a very close eye on it. Watching options activity. Obviously today we have options expiration, so we should see some volatility both at the open and then more importantly at the close, which is typically when you're going to see most of the volatility in markets, typically around that 1 o'clock time frame where theta decay kicks in pretty quickly, so people are in and out of their positions whether they want to be assigned or not. So definitely keeping an eye on markets today as we kind of near these highs. So I'm actually going to share my screen really quick.
DVG, what do you think of Hims this morning on an acquisition trade?
Look, acquisitions, typically you're going to have capital investment up front because it's in a peptide side of things. I think people are still unclear as to how they're going to make that acquisition happen based on revenue. So it's just an announcement. I don't know if they've officially posted the financial aspect. I haven't seen it yet, but that'll be a big deal. So if we look at like CEG, when they acquired, what's the name of it? I'm drawing a blank. Their recent acquisition, can't remember off the top of my head, but it literally turned into a 25% revenue increase right out the gate when they had that acquisition. With Hims, I think they're trying to get more into this field. So the good news is there's going to likely be more competition in the healthcare space, specifically around these, drugs and products. We know that, for example, Novo Nordisk has made some pretty big investments on acquiring other companies to streamline things like their Wegovy and Ozempic drugs. So I think Hims, realistically, seeing a pullback like this, big levels matter. We just broke the 58 mark, which was a big level of support for Hims. I don't know if we're going to recover that much today, but I would be cautious. A 20% move to the downside for me. I'm probably looking for a bounce right out the open, maybe to that 58 to short it. Yeah, I don't know. Like right now, I would probably short Hims more than go long, personally.
Okay, traders, here we go with the open today.
Calpine, yes, Clifton, thank you. Keep an eye, guys, on the Qs. I don't know if you guys can see my screen, but I put this up really to try to help understand why I think this could be a Wyckoff, and we're seeing a big pullback right now in the Qs. In fact, even on NVIDIA, as they post earnings next week, I think we're going to see some maybe risk off today. We'll find out. The one thing to be cautious of or cognizant of is that a 3% pullback is plausible, but every time we move down 2 or 3 points, it gets bought. We had a 7% move on some names like Palantir yesterday, and those were almost bought up completely. All right, guys, Qs, I'm going to go ahead and put options on today, just in case. Smaller size, though. I just think if we do see a distribution pattern form, it's going to likely be in the SPY or the Qs. I like the SPY from a distribution setup better.
Yeah, just restarting here on the platform. Had a little issue to get going.
Okay. They're on the Qs. Keeping an eye on NVIDIA today. They post earnings next week.
Is that early next week or no? Are they?
I have to pull up. I think it's Wednesday or Thursday.
Okay.
I have to pull it up. Guys, also Crowd is in the news today. If you guys remember, we had a swing trade on those options, so we only kept a couple, and we made out big yesterday. What are we doing
Coin
with
coming down?
Yeah, I want to see what coin will do around 262. Hims falling off a cliff. No trade there either. Meta now pushing. Interesting. Watching the 704 level on Meta. NVIDIA is at 140. What do you guys think? Should we pump it into earnings? Question mark. Worth noting, all-time high, 153.13 on NVIDIA. Let's do it. 140.20. We are in. Happy to add if we need to. NVIDIA, 140.20. It's Friday, man. Happy Friday, everybody.
Yeah, there you go.
Uh-oh, Celsius. I don't know. Celsius back to 29. Could be realistic. Look at Hims. Anybody short Hims? I missed it. I'm not going to jump in front of that.
I'm thinking about getting long the trade here at the bounce of 50 if I can get into some here.
Seth's looking at SMCI.
Down 25%. I don't think that's where. Let me just go in here. I'm going to nibble right here at 50.50. Just half share size here at 50.50. I'll post a trade here. Hims long 50.50. Now it'll be interesting to see what happens right here, right now at the 50 mark. So it's probably going to go through 50 and then probably come back up through it, if I had to guess here. Don't think an acquisition, unless there's more to it, I don't think an acquisition of a company is worth a 25% haircut. Do you know what I'm saying? So, be interesting. Okay.
So right now we've got some put options on the Qs just in case. HIMS, I missed the trade. It's okay. I'm not going to panic on that one. Celsius, same thing. Pull back to 50% and bring us down to about 29 and change.
I'm long HIMS. Long HIMS right here.
I'm going to add to NVIDIA here over 140.50. We're there. So let's go ahead and add. And give it some size here. There we go. Perfect. I want to see a breakout now on NVIDIA. Let me bring that up. NVDA. Celsius, I'm watching to see if we pull back to 29 and find some support there. If we don't, that's fine. Guys, look at NVIDIA. I'm going to add even more. This could be my big trade. Broke out here now over the highs of yesterday. There's your, let's see if we get a bigger up thrust here.
Okay, Celsius at 32 is where I'll be going long here. Celsius CELH long at 32.
I'm going to short Lilly here. I'm actually going to use options 875. Tomorrow, let's do next Friday's expiration. Those are too expensive. 870. Grab a few.
Yeah, I think 50 will give some support to HIMS. I wouldn't be surprised if we bounce to maybe say 55, like DVG is saying, maybe 58 or so. Just depending on what happens here with the 50 mark here, you're getting some support right at 50. So just watch it.
All right, keeping an eye on coin now as well on possibly a turnaround. Crowd really slow this morning, so I'm going to be a little patient there, but this has a lot of potential to tank CrowdStrike. Now there's actually some news about some probe right now on a potential breach for CrowdStrike. So in fact, let me, let's look at that. Guys, watch out for the SPY here. I'm going to grab some really out of the money put options here on the SPY in case the Wyckoff distribution happens. So I'm actually going to grab them at 605. We'll do next Wednesday expiration. 601 is the target. So 8 points. So I want to see a over 1% correction on SPY today. Kind of risky, but at the same time, not really. I mean, the amount of money it's costing me to get these, it's almost like a nice insurance policy. We're getting paid on the Qs right now, which is nice. CrowdStrike, let's do it. 415 put options for next week.
Is Celsius halted or something, or is it just slow?
I think it's just slow this morning. I think people are trying to figure out directionally where it's going. I don't see it. Let me see. Celsius.
Yeah, it is halted.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
HIM's target's going to be towards 55 this morning. So.
No trade on BABA, guys. I'm going to watch what it does here at the 200. I might get a better entry. 141.60.
NASDAQ just turning red.
Here come the Qs. I will take a partial unless we break 536.5. If we break 536.5, target will be 533. And then for those of you guys watching my screen, let me get rid of that for a second. So is this helpful when you guys, have you ever seen a Wyckoff distribution, or even were you guys checking it out yesterday? I was just bringing it up. Maybe, maybe not. So part of what I was trying to look at here was this pattern here.
$48 will be my stop on HIMS. $48 on HIMS.
let's see. So you're taking a look at the screen here. This is a typical, like, accumulation distribution strategies matter, and they don't always look as perfect as this setup. But I was watching, I mentioned this yesterday, based on a 4-hour chart on the SPY, this to me started looking pretty compelling for actual Wyckoff distribution potentially. So obviously, if you look at what an accumulation strategy is, it's usually a downtrend consolidation. It's basically turned this upside down, right? But I'm looking at certain phases, right? So here's phase A, we'll call it, up till about here, right? And then once we see this start to push higher, you're kind of into this phase B area, some consolidation, a little bit lower. Then you see an up thrust right here, right? Pullback, potential up thrust again. And if it fails, you likely see distribution on this side of the house here. But the big thing is can it break through the ice, right? Otherwise, it could jump, you know, they call it a jump across the leg or a jack on an accumulation strategy. So basically think of,
again, 55 is going to be my target on HIMS.
this to me just, I mean, I'd take a closer look at it. I don't know if this helps, obviously, in the middle of a trading session to talk about it, but you should check it out.
Palantir, watch the CELH for the entry here, 32.
NVIDIA's pulling back here. Again, I'm watching the cues here to see what it does at the 536.5 level. Right now it's trying to hold it. But I need to see a break for if there's going to be a continuation. Here comes Baba. Let's go. Finally. Didn't even see it, but we got it. So that works for me. Thought maybe we get a bounce off of the 200. And then I was looking at this other Wyckoff stuff, but there's the bounce off 200.
CELH target 33, HIMS target 55.
I'm actually going to add some size here to Baba and maybe dump NVIDIA. NVIDIA's, I mean, we're down a point. It's okay. Can wait a little bit. We'll see what happens. But Baba, let's hit it. I'm looking for a breakout over this 144.
Okay, watch the HIMS trade now. Should be seeing 53, 54 pretty soon here.
Oh, Palantir, I missed the short. 107, big level.
Watch 53. I'll let some out at 53, traders. There you go, 53.06, 53.09. Nice trade here on HIMS trade. Loving it, loving it, loving it, loving it, loving it. Okay, big trade here for myself to start things off on HIMS. Took a chance at the bottom and it paid off.
Full size ad Baba right now.
Love to see it.
One time chance on this one, Scott. I need a breakout over the top, so 144 plus. Let's see if we get a big burst here. Target will be 147.
CELH coming back up now. $33 target CELH.
Okay, I'm going to add the NVIDIA here, original entry. So 140.2 or 20. If we get there. Once you're turning around here. Nice trade on HIMS, by the way, Scott.
Thank you. Took a little risk, but you know what? Worked out.
I hit a little bit of a hero trade. Nothing wrong with that, I guess.
Yeah. Don't do it often, but you know what? It's, again, might be just a layman standpoint here, but I will just tell you this. Yeah, we're halted to the upside CELH, Mark. Just basic sense, when a company acquires another company, there's cash outlay, right? You buy another company, you spend money to buy that company. No question about it, right? But I can't see a stock getting beat 25% to the downside for an acquisition unless there's something huge that I'm missing, like they're overpaying or something like that.
Baba breakout. Baba breakout.
Traders out, all shares HIMS. 4-point move on HIMS. Love it.
Watch what happens to Baba, guys. 145 gets run over. 147 becomes a reality quick. That's what we're looking for right now. I'm watching the price action, watching all the sellers go limit high right now, which is not a bad thing if you're finding people hit market orders on the buy side, just hitting the bid. We're seeing it so far. I'm waiting for a big, where's that big buyer? Where did he go? NVIDIA, same thing, 140.20. Let's add to their, right now we're slightly red on the trade, but not much. But if we get over that 140.20, if we get a pump. Nice, Jim. Scott Malatesta, great trader, phenomenal trader, actually.
Tell you what, got it today so far. Hopefully this CELH takes off, Mark, again. Yep.
Palantir. All right, we're adding to NVIDIA, y'all. We are in there. We are in it to win it on NVIDIA. I don't want to just take a point, but I might have to. Real target there is about 143 to 145. But I can't be greedy. Rule number one is pay yourself first, for me at least.
Yep, makes two of us. AKAM at the bottom of the day. That stock has lost it. HIMS, all shares gone on HIMS.
All right, Joe, we've got, let's see, Michigan consumer sentiment and existing home sales at 10 o'clock. So coming up here in about 13 minutes. Other than that, we just have the standard commodity information here this afternoon. Definitely keeping my eyes and ears open to any kind of data that may be coming out from the White House. All right, look at Palantir turn around. How about it? Pretty strong move there on Palantir. Come on, Baba. I didn't take a partial because I'm trying to believe in the move here. You know, we put it in, like we talked about this actually the other day, obviously great earnings, but we see this happen every single day. Pops up, sells off. Pops up, sells off. This is the first time after earnings we see a pop up and we're holding. So if people are asking, hey, why the heck would you hold on for a breakout? Well, here's your pop up, your sell off, right? Then you have a pop up, sell off. Then you had earnings, popped up, tried to push higher at the open, sold completely off. Look at this. We're holding above the 200. We're getting a crossover to 55. We should see some follow through. And if it doesn't happen, well, then it follows the pattern it has been. Push and sell. Guys, NVIDIA, here comes. Looking for a 143 before I take a partial, ideally, but I don't know. Probably take it if we get over this high. Jim, yeah, thank you. We'll go ahead and we'll steal that comment, post it on YouTube. For those of you out there on YouTube, seriously, help us out. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. It helps us out. Try to do our best to make sure we're not hitting you guys with ads, etc. But you know, frankly, if you're on the fence and you're thinking about, hey, gosh, you know, what would it look like to have a community and bounce, you know, ideas off of like-minded traders, maybe get some insights into what's happening in markets in real time, think about joining us. I think We'll have the 7-day free trial. I don't know if we're going to extend it or not, Scott. I know we were talking about that, here in the end of February. Like, do we push it out one more month? But look, if you're thinking about it, come join us. Check it out for a week. We've got many traders. In fact, who was it yesterday? Someone made $3,700 in like an hour taking one trade. Who was that? Jeff B. Was that you?
It was a great day, no doubt about it.
And I think Jeff B. You banked $4,000 today on him? Man, show us some love, man. I get it. At the end of the day, we're trying to grow this channel. We're two guys out here, or a crew of folks, right? We've got me, Aggie, Amir, Clifton. We're trying to grow this thing. And look, if you're able to benefit from anything that we're doing here, give us a shout. Help us out.
Yep. And that's how we grow the. We're growing it organically. We're not out there just tooting our horn. But, people like Jeff and Mark and the rest of the team here that have been with us for a while, posting their trades, being part of the community, it's great. Trading in itself is pretty lonely. To sit here each and every day by yourself and trade. If you're not talking to somebody, you're not in a good community, you're not watching what people are posting, it gets lonely. And it's not to say that you can't trade by yourself and do your own thing. It's just to the point where, hey, listen, man, I'd rather trade in a community of like-minded traders that offer something to me. And I think that's important. And that's why we're trying to grow this thing. And it's been slow, self-admitted, but I'll tell you what, good for you, Jim. Thank you. Love it.
All right, Joe. Well, here's the good, the bad, the ugly right now on some of these positions. So NVIDIA just kind of chopped around entry. Baba still being patient. Can we break out? Question mark, question mark. Maybe I'll be forced to trim if markets continue to recede here. The good news, we've got put options on the Qs working. I have not taken a partial yet because I'm keeping an eye on the level it frankly is at right now. If it moves against this 536.5 area, and AK provides support, we could be moving to a big upside Momo move. If we lose this level, though, we'll reap the benefits on both the Qs and the SPY. The SPY right now, I've got a 605 put strategy into midweek next week. Right now, we've got a pretty, I don't want to say heavily loaded, but I've got about 20 now. I'll probably add another maybe 20. Let's see what we do. I'm watching also the 607 level, so I'm happy to move my dollar cost there. Some people right now are reticent to get any put options. For me, looking at the Wyckoff distribution we mentioned earlier, I don't want to say it's 50-50. For me, it feels a little more 60-40, but we know how news-driven these markets are, and I think people are in this kind of holding pattern to see what NVIDIA does next week. Which is kind of terrifying to think. One stock can really help determine directionally where markets go right now. And based on NVIDIA's track record, they usually beat. Jeffson, SMCI. Are you working with, you doing options, Jeff, or are you hitting shares? Just curious. Shares, right on. Cool.
Look at Akamai. Akamai yesterday was $97.50, and today it's $83.
Palantir 107, interesting level, guys. I'm watching it like a hawk right now.
Let me go ahead and pull up PLTR.
By the way, NVIDIA Feb 25. Just looked it up right now. Here comes Baba.
There goes AMD as well.
So I'm totally cool with shorting Palantir at 107 or going long 107. I'm watching what it's doing right now. Like, it's a big, big level. And I may actually, because I'm kind of looking towards the downside on some of these names here. Let's do it. So 107. I think I get it right on the dot. Let's see. Getting ready to post it here. PLTR. I may just do a market order. Let's see what I get. 106. Okay, that's good enough. I'll start building here. So I'm in at 106.77, 106.77. It's not perfect. I wanted to be in at like 107, but it's a nibble. So if we start to break down and crack through the close, I'm going to load this thing big time. I don't like this move on NVIDIA right now. Maybe we see, some more selling before we see some more buying to emulate the behavior yesterday. And we're going to likely see rotation into other markets. So keep an eye on Argentina, keep an eye on cryptos, keep an eye on any, Chinese stocks, possibly even like names in the FTSE, so that are tied to ETFs, et cetera. I think there's a good chance to see some market rotation into those names until we get confirmation on NVIDIA next week. Again, not investment advice. Cue the disclaimer. Where's my buddy Rick? All right, NVIDIA. I might trim this position in case we dump. I've got my put options on the Qs and the SPY in case we do. And I'll probably trim up BABA here as well, just a tiny bit. And then under the close on Palantir, we'll add. Let's call it 106.20 area. Okay, here we go. There it is. We just added to, whoa, okay, thank you. Just added to Palantir. Let's see a big break now.
Like when that happens, right?
Oh, yeah. Let's see. Any 105 print, I'll add even more.
Yep, still in the CELH trade. That's the only thing I'm in right now. I think AMD's got 116. I mean, break of if it gets below 115 again, I think I'll take a chance here. Yeah, NVO is looking good as well. Yeah, I'll probably end up taking HIMS off of here. One of the things that goes through my mind is, we made a, after looking at HIMS, DVG, DVG and I spoke long ago about, did we want to have this room open all day long? And, we've had some pushback from clients about, hey, you guys aren't here in the afternoon. And, we kind of combated that with saying, trader lifestyle, let's get our work done in the morning. Let's have a real focus. I get up 6:30 in the morning usually, and by 7 I get here, I start looking around, start doing the homework, getting everything dialed in so that I can make the most out of my mornings, because I don't want to be chained to the desk. I want to have the trader lifestyle. I do have the trader's lifestyle. And those of you that are struggling for that or want to spend more time, there's nothing wrong with spending more time, but just spend the time wisely. And I look at the HIMS trade. I got into HIMS in the first and second candle today. I made all my money on the third candle of the day, and my day is pretty much over right now. I don't need to have more action. I'm going to be taking some more trades because I know that there'll be things that jump out in front of me here that say, hey, take me. But, that's the key to, I think, being a great trader and using your time wisely. Hit it hard where there's the most volatility and the most liquidity in the market, and that is the first 2 hours of the day, or up until 12 noon Eastern time, if you want to call it like that. So 2.5 hours a day. And I think if you're smart, wise, and working hard and being focused, those are the 2 or 3 hours that you could focus on during the day. Make your money, run like you stole something, and go do something else, whether it's motorcycle riding, car riding, or investing in real estate, or doing what you do. Look for the lifestyle. Look for the focus in the morning session here. And, HIMS may not move for the rest of the day, but that's okay. We got all our money out of it. So I'm with you, Jim. And that's part of the reason why we went to this. I mean, those of you that have been with us through the TradeNet days where I spent, 14 years with Mayor, and, we kind of crafted the room, and had a lot more people in the room, but hanging out in the room till 4 o'clock was kind of like, you wanted to shoot yourself.
Day job.
So yeah, I mean, I think that and comments from Jim, I think that's great. And Jim, the other thing is, I've always called, and it might just be me, I don't know if you guys have ever heard this, DVG, you can chime in too. I always thought that, and I still do think that the last hour is for professionals. And the reason I say that is because professional traders dial in the day at the last hour and they prepare for the next day. So they'll, like Jim says, they'll swing trade, they'll get positions lined up for the following day, they'll look at how the market closed, they'll look at the balance or imbalance of buy and sell at the close. And it's really for those that are setting themselves up for the following day. So I'm going to go long AMD here. Hold on.
Guys, consumer sentiment's out. Michigan
Long
sentiment,
AMD.
rather. I just took some off on that initial aim to the downside for the SPY put options to make sure I bank some profit, and the Qs as well. Now, granted, if we get some follow through, I'm happy to add some, but it won't be the same size. So, like, say, for example, for me, I had 10. If we took 7 off, we left 3 to run. If I do add because the move continues, I may add 2 more. And then if we start getting into certain levels, under 605, I may start to roll those positions into that 601 target on the SPY that I've been talking about for the last 2 days. Palantir, we do have an ad. I'm looking for a break underneath the session low. For NVIDIA, I'm probably going to trim it up just a little bit because it could totally turn around, turn and burn to the upside. I'll wait a little bit longer, but if I see the SPY and the Qs continue to aim lower, then I'll probably dump the NVIDIA position and look to re-enter. But this Palantir trade looking fantastic. We should see a break under the session lows. I don't anticipate it finding support there. If we do see support, it should be in around that 104 print, maybe even the 103.5 print for Palantir. Just trying to be patient here. We'll see what happens.
"44 degrees this morning here in Florida."
Let's see. Jim, yeah, look, so if there's news in the afternoons, obviously we'll stick around to see what's going on in most cases, not every case, but it's important to note, look, we're day traders, right? We're trying to get in and out where we can. And when news hits, let's say it's a Fed announcement or what have you, making an exception here or there to be on in the afternoons, right? That's fine. But back to Jim, your point, I think a lot of times what we're seeing is directionally institutional traders are making their hedge right at the close, literally in the last 20 minutes. So if they're selling, that could be a signal. If they're buying, that could be a signal. What I'm finding is a lot of times they're just big time liquidity grabs in the afternoon sessions. If let's just say you're seeing a seller imbalance, which is usually maybe retail traders, then they could see it as an opportunity to squeeze those short sellers, right? If it is in fact retail. So I'm still pretty bullish on the China trade. So happy to see the BABA's moving higher. This looks like an official breakout now. I think with the consumer sentiment or Michigan sentiment out, maybe people are going to start to hedge into other markets. So I'll keep an eye on Argentina too. That's another country, frankly, I'm looking at for potential stocks there. And then also keeping an eye on crypto. Let's see. Jeff B, 2 trades, HIMS and SMCI total 52, 18, 94.
Wow.
Jeff, come on, man. Help us make these t-shirts, brother. Show us some love. Send us a tip if you can. I'm not begging. I'm not asking. I'm just saying, hey, man, we're trying to grow this channel. And I know Scott and I, we still got to figure out those t-shirts. I know I owe Rick one for sure. I think I owe Jim one.
Yeah. Hey, yesterday I asked everybody, anybody here with that wants to help us out with the t-shirts, can you design Do you have somebody in the business? Just asking. Before, when I did them before, we had a design contest. Of course, we had 1,000 people in the room, so naturally you're going to have somebody that does it. But if you have anybody that you know, or if you can design, if you're really, really good, I'm surprised Clifton hasn't jumped up with all of his knowledge and ability to design one. Yep. With Clifton, when you don't have anything else to do, haha.
Guys, Baba, we're going to get the breakout. Patience pays on Baba. Wow. Can you believe it? I mean, I was buying this freaking thing at like $80 and literally like would just waffle around. And now look at it, $144. Guys, here's the breakout been waiting for all morning. We're crushing it, guys. SPY, put options, nailed it, profited, banked some dough. Qs, same thing. We've got still a swing trade on LMT. Could be dangerous with all the talk of budget cuts, etc. We're up on the Palantir trade. I think we're going to see some real movement. Guys, Baba alone, right now, we are up $2,900. One trade. One trade. Look at Baba go. 147 is my target. No partial yet, guys. I want to see where does this green bar end. So if you guys are watching my screen, look at the behavior. Every single time we popped, we sold. Every single time. Pop, sold, pop, sold. Earnings popped, sold. Today we popped and it's continuing. So now let's see a real push. We're at a 145 print. I want to see a bulldozer come in. That's what I like to call it, the bulldozer, and just rip it to 147. So I'm actually going to put it up for sale, 147.10. Let's see if I get filled up there. I'm going to dump, trim up on NVIDIA. I don't like this price action. I do like the fact that SPY is aiming lower and the Qs are aiming lower. I'm going to add a couple more contracts here. Again, real target on SPY if Wyckoff distribution becomes a reality, 601. Okay, so keep an eye on that 601 level.
What's the temperature? What's the temperature up by you today, DVG?
25 degrees, I think.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah. All right, guys, trimming up on NVIDIA for sure. Look at the Qs and the SPY right now. I'm adding to both put options. And if we get down below 605, I'm going to take as much alpha as I possibly can on the SPY and roll it. And I'll do the same with the Qs at 533. That's kind of the goal there. If 533 becomes a reality, I could roll that into a 530 put option, bank some profit in the process. With Baba, I'm actually going to take some off here. It is a nice trade, but let's bank some profit. Let's let it run. It's -4 in Missouri, Jim. Jeez. Still waiting on the breakdown for Palantir, guys. Still waiting there. We are on the trades this morning, though, Scott.
Yeah, I got it nailed here. I'm just waiting on CELH and this AMD to kind of pull forward. Market right now, we're red across the board, DVG. We got a red Dow and a red NASDAQ right now, red S&P. Didn't start that way, but we're certainly there. And some of these stocks could benefit from a positive market that's just kind of holding them back.
Yeah, you know what? One that I wasn't talking about this morning is UNH. I was actually watching it pre, and just started trading other stuff. But
Ed, what city are you in? Got several Florida traders here, which is good.
Represent.
Monteverde, yep. Golf club in Monteverde, right?
Glad we took some off with Baba here. Ta-da!
Yep. I got a good friend that lives out in Bella Colina. Real good friend. In fact, I was just out in Bella Colina about 6 months ago. That's where you're at. Last name is Florio. Ed. Florio. Floria, Bob Florio.
Shout out to Bob.
Yep.
It sounds like Ed's neighbors with Bob.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Okay, AMD long 115, and I'm in the Celsius trade at 132. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
I like coin. I'm eyeballing coin right now. Let's see what happens. Obviously, the SEC dropped its little probe into coin. And meanwhile, Bitcoin made its attempt at 100,000 overnight there. 99.5 it got to. So I'm keeping a close eye on coin today. I like what it's doing here below the 200. It's finding some resistance. Let's see if it consolidates. Kind of target there would be, I mean, technically I can get in now so I could prevent a further loss. But if we reject here, it could aim lower. So we'll be patient. Get rid of that one. To LOY. Oops. NPO. What are the banks doing today? Coin 264. 264 long. Ta-da! We are in it to win it. All right. No ad on the SPY just yet. No ad on the Qs just yet. Maybe that's the double bottom on the day. We'll see. Still have my position on NVIDIA.
Look at HIMS.
Who was eyeballing? I already took a partial on BABA, so I'm just going to leave that alone. Nice move on HIMS.
Yep.
Nice move.
Now, traders, I'm going to take another trade here. If you look at my screen, if you're on my screen here, on the coin trade, and this is a good strategy to talk about right now. You know, the breakout strategy from the VWAP line is a real good strategy, real easy to follow, support and resistance on the VWAP. And you can see I've highlighted the VWAP line here on the coin trade. Real simple to look at. It's highlighted here. 265 entry on coin. I'm going to post the alert here and take the trade. This is going to be a full share size trade right out of the gate. 265 coin long, and this will be a breakout if we get it of the VWAP line. Real simple trade, breakout, breakdown from the VWAP line. Some of my favorite trades. You could have just, as an example, you could have just taken the HIMS trade over the VWAP line and got yourself in. Same thing with NVO coming up. Same thing with CELH. AMD is taunting back and forth on that line, so we'll see.
Last chance NVIDIA. Nice sporadic consolidation at this 140 level. Now it's time to make a decision. So, Scott, I'm with you on the coin trade. 264 was where I started. Frankly, I wanted to be in around 262. But my goal was to get in at 264 and then add over the VWAP. So kind of in line with what you're thinking. But getting in a little bit sooner, frankly, so that I could prevent any kind of stop.
Yep. Yeah, I think it's, it's a strategy that people will say, how can it be that easy? How can it be don't I have to do this? Don't I have to do that? Let's not make trading so darn hard. A lot of people have a lot of different, lines on their screen, moving averages, things like that. And it's whatever works for you. But if you concentrate on one and you get really, really good, whether it's an EMA, SMA, VWAP, anything that you're using, Bollinger Band, then stick with it. But I can just tell you, if you're going to have one, the number one, I don't know if it's number one anymore, but it used to be that VWAP was the number one indicator. It might be a EMA, SMA. It might be one of those moving averages now, 100, 200. 50-day. But you know, the VWAP strategy is very simplified, and it's easy to teach. It's easy to see. Just put the VWAP on your screen, and you take the breakdown. You can see coin as a prime example. What DVG was just saying, prime example. You are under the VWAP. So right now I'm not taking a long. I'm waiting for the VWAP to be broke, and then I'm going to go long. Pretty simple, not rocket science. Yeah, I saw AKAM earlier. I had it up here. It was getting destroyed. Remember, I made comment about it before. Yeah, I probably wouldn't bottom feed. I probably wouldn't do anything with AKAM.
So we talked about BABA, right? And then I was mentioning other countries, etc., to start looking abroad. This is one of those names. Now, granted, it's really expensive, and they just had earnings they absolutely destroyed. But keep an eye on names like Mercado Libre. There's plenty of others, but make a list if you can. What else are we looking at here? I'm going to watch IBIT as well. I may buy this for a longer term swing here. 56. Yeah, 56, 53 is okay. We're there now. I'll put that in my swing trade account. Share size 56.50. Should put it out there now. IBIT swing. Hold it for like maybe a week at least. If I can type, there we go. Palantir, see you later. Guys, Tesla really looking nice to the downside right now.
Yeah, the whole market now is gauging down. Dow's down 360 almost. NASDAQ down 50 points.
Palantir, who's in this with me? Was it Mark? Did you roll with me on that?
My VWAP doesn't allow me to choose. Let me just make sure here. It doesn't allow me. It just has a standard VWAP.
Yeah.
So there's no choice on or tinkering with it.
Yeah, VWAP is VWAP.
Let me see if I modify.
If you're looking at moving averages, that's when you can start tinkering with days, times. Yeah,
can't do anything with it.
Yeah, so what I actually, Scott, it's funny what you were saying earlier. There's like, we talk about trade what you see, not what you feel. So that's like, we talk about that quite a bit. Whether you're looking at price action or you're looking at, like Palantir right now, love the company, think it's great. Defense spending is being cut. I'm in LMT longs for a swing trade. Can Palantir break 105? We saw what happened with it yesterday, right? And it broke 100. So can it move down 2-3 points? Sure. But we do know people loved it enough to buy the dip big time, right? 7% either direction. That's a huge move on a $100 stock. But all that to say, you can either make trading really simple or you can make it really complicated. At the end of the day, like I enjoy some of the complex algos around price action, right? Whether it's using these moving averages, whether it's, like Amir likes to use the ATR, average trading range. I also keep an eye on like order flow and a couple other things from that perspective. But that's me, right? Like everybody else, like how you trade is up to you. And at the end of the day, like that's the beauty of trading is whatever gives you an edge. Like Scott, obviously, like that was a perfect example where you're like, hey, look, I'm not going to touch a coin until it gets over the VWAP. And it's a working strategy. It's worked for Scott, I don't know, for years. Obviously applies to other things too, but it's one of those things where in this room, we all have different styles. Jim's got a different style. Mark's got a different style. Vikas got a different style. Pantera got a different style. So, fundamentally, like, it's cool to hear, listen, learn other strategies from other traders and how you can apply that. And it goes back to like having a community and sharing those ideas. At the end of the day, like I'm bullish a couple names, but I'm also bearish a couple names, right? In a stock market that can move in either direction, as we know. But, it's kind of up to what you're seeing in your kind of modality of what works for you. So anyways, guys, Palantir breaking down 105. I like it. I'm going to wait 103 target. 103 target. 103 and a half, ideally. Coin still hanging in there. Barely. It's a small size. We nibbled at 264 to add at 265. It's almost like putting a stake in the ground. I like 262 though. So let's see what it does here. And then this IBIT trade, I'm going to hold it for, I don't know, unless it tanks to 55. I'll dump it. So give it a 1.5.
Also wanted to go back and talk just a minute to give 2 more cents on the HIMS trade. One of the things coming down, I was destined to buy the stock regardless because I felt that having a 25% haircut for what they were doing, I thought was just really a lot. But secondly, when you see $50 or you see $100, those are major not only psychological trading areas, but also physical trading areas. That $50 mark, that $100 mark, it resonates in people's mind, and people will buy at the whole round numbers. It just happens. So loading up at that $50 mark on HIMS or close to it really was the way to set the tempo, I think. I just took it to bounce off of 50, gave it 50 cents and came in. But anywhere around that 50, when it went, you could have got it right at 50 or 49 something. But it's just to catch it in the right mode here when it's bouncing higher off the bottom, off of a round number like that, I think is important to understand.
Yeah, while you were chatting there, Scott, I did get knocked out on the coin trade, which is totally fine. I'm okay with going back in at 262, but losing trade there on coin. The good news is it was a nibble to start for an add over 265. Got above this breakout on the VWAP, which didn't happen. That's okay. We also engaged in a small position here on Tesla to the downside. I'm going to probably dump my NVIDIA position. Maybe there's an opportunity to buy it lower. Just being patient. It's not really moving too much. But look at the SPY, look at the Qs, right? Qs are at 535. That was kind of my target right out the gate, but now it's 533. So I'll take a couple of these put options off here in a moment on the Qs. But the SPY, I'm really starting to get super bearish on this move. If we break 607, like if I see a 606 print, I might actually load this thing up pretty heavy.
Yeah, coin coming down now.
Yeah,
no trade on coin?
Uh-oh. News about Tesla investing in something. Guys, here comes Palantir. See a big block showing up here. I like it. I think I'm going to just dump NVIDIA. So I'm out of NVIDIA here in a moment. It's not a huge losing trade, but I don't want to see. Look at the SPY. Look at the Qs. They're getting heavy. I'm going to add here to the put options on the Qs. And then under 607, guys, I'm literally going to, I think I'm going to load the heck out of this thing on the SPY. First partial Palantir target, 103.50. So I'm going to probably put it 103.60, like, horseshoes and hand grenades. If we get anywhere in the 103 anything, I'll probably just take some off here. We're close. We're almost there, almost there. Here comes the break on the Qs and the SPY, guys. Be careful. Here's a 103.90 print on Palantir. Let's see if we get additional follow through. There we go. There we go.
Wow, look at coin.
Yeah, glad we got out of that, and Nvidia now.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, Google might be a short right here. I really like Google as a company, but man, like this is no bueno.
Market not real bad right now. NASDAQ down 94, 95.
Keep an eye on 607.03 specifically is the level I have marked on the SPY. We got to 607.10, so that's pretty darn close. We break that level, I'll load the boat to the downside. If not, we still got some working in our favor. No add just yet. I want to see it break. So any 606 print on the SPY will add. And then for Tesla, anything in the 350 print, I might just nibble a little more. Wow, big cut now on coin. Yikes. What do you guys think? Palantir, take a partial? Right on, Seth. We'll see you. Ding, 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 and I'm done for the day. See everyone Monday.
Seth, have a great weekend.
Jim. Nice, Jim. Right on. All right, guys. Tesla, let's hit it. We're a little bit more in the 350 print. I like it. I like it. Guys, Google gets some negative news right now. 185.22. That's what we'll start nibbling to the downside. Google, 185.22. I kind of missed the... All right, listen, I got to hop here for a little bit. Scott, you going to be around for a while, or?
Yeah, I will be. Yep, I'll be here till the bottom of the hour.
All right, I got to hop for.
I mean, till 11:30.
So.
Yep, no problem. We'll be here.
All right, guys. Well, if hopefully I'll see you guys when I get back. Cheers.
Coming up on an hour into the day now. AMD releasing the downside, coin as well. Google as well. MSTR. Oh, yeah. Everything getting punished right now. Yeah, I mean, you could see HIMS under 50 again. See. Yeah, now AMD at the bottom of the day. Coin just bouncing a bit. Don't see anything that's really got me excited right now. Market's not on 125. Tesla at the bottom of the day breaking lower. Yeah, everything getting caught up in it, Mark. Are we at the bottom? I'm not sure. We're looking like that, maybe a little bounce here, but not much. Yeah, just when I said it couldn't get worse, it is. Still in the CELH trade. It's the only thing I'm in right now. I think if you nibble on HIMS, I mean, I think it'd be okay. You have to watch that VWAP line. I'm going to go long coin 257 here. Okay. Small share size on coin 257 long. Okay, let's watch it here for entry. Getting a bounce now off the bottom here. CELH starting to go, which is good. Yeah, NVO could pop. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe 87. Okay. Yep, CELH looking good now. Watch the coin trade here. All predicated on the overall market right now. In fact, you're starting to see The NASDAQ slide even more now. NASDAQ not looking good. Don't see anything that I want to trade right now. CELH just about ready to come out of this trade, and that could probably do it for me for the day. Wow. And NVO just absolutely killing it now. Back to the upside. Okay, I'm going to take it off here. 3283 CELH. I'm out of the trade. Okay, and I think that's going to do it for me here. I'm going to wait a couple more minutes just to see if we get any bottom movement here from either coin or AMD maybe. I think a bounce, Jay, is what I'm looking for. A bounce. I don't know, on a Friday if we're going to follow through much more to the downside. We'll see. I'm flat right now. I do not have a position on. Yeah, I mean, NVO, you look at this stock here, NVO, and you put it on, like, say, a 6-month chart here, you'd say it's got room to 90, actually, is the key here. I mean, if the market were to turn to the upside, always take a look at HIMS for today. Back up to 56. Market to me doing nothing but getting worse. I mean, coin right at the yesterday's close. NVO maybe over the top. That's about it right now. Okay, traders, I'm going to call it a day. I'm flat for the day. A really, really green day. Excellent. I'm going to watch this market here for a little while longer. Don't need to be on the horn with everybody here. Everybody have a great, exceptional weekend. I will see everybody back here on Monday morning with a full week of trading. Looking forward to that. And another great week of trading put in the books. Thank you to Clifton, DVG, Aggie, the rest of the team here, and everybody here that's contributing. We certainly appreciate it. Lee, let me take a look here at XOM real quickly before I head out. Yeah, I mean, maybe to the downside under 111, or if you're going to go long, just go right over the VWAP, 111.38 or so. Yep. All right, perfect. All right, traders, take care. Everybody have a great weekend. God bless you all. Godspeed. I will see everybody on Monday. Mark, have a great one, my friend. Enjoy, and we'll see you then. Take care.
Good sound check, folks. Can you all hear me? Hello? Good sound check. Can you guys hear me okay? Maybe we don't have anybody here. So we've got 20 some odd folks, but wouldn't be mad if those of you on here were done for the day. Hey, Michael, how you doing? Well, markets are consolidating kind of at that 607 level on SPY, as we talked about earlier today. Just want to come back and share a perspective, right? I mean, we took a short in Tesla, nailed it. Google nailed it right as news was coming out. So hopefully we're able to take advantage of some of those trades this morning. LMT, we still have that swing trade on. I am up literally like $800 on that right now. So that could be pretty exciting. 460 is a target, swing trade options on that. And that is out to the 7th of March. How you doing, Lee? What's up? Yeah, overall, just keeping a real close eye on markets. I know 342.66 is a level I have marked on Tesla, so I'm going to take a partial here on that short. Beautiful trade there. CELH, Celsius looking really, really good to the upside. NVIDIA really holding this kind of 140 level. I'm going to probably watch this afternoon as we approach maybe around 1:30, 2 o'clock. Let's see what the options do here this afternoon. We know options expiration is today. And so a lot of times what you'll see is restructuring into next week for the following month. So while I think there could be some uncertainty, NVIDIA is the big name, right? We've got earnings for them on the 26th. So be worth taking a close look at what's happening with NVIDIA, likely to help lead earnings season next week. I'm also keeping a close eye right now on banks. While on the one hand, you've got, the semis pulling back like AMD. I'm keeping an eye on what banks are going to do with rates kind of in this big fluctuation here. We talk about the two sectors we want to see lead. So let's see here. MLGO has been great. Let's take a look. MLGO. Oh, nice. Yeah, not really my style of stock, but yeah, beautiful move there. 560% in a day. That is not a bad move. So congrats on that, Michael, if you took that. Very nice. Anyways, anything you guys taking a look at? If not, I'm more than happy to turn it in for the day. I just, I mentioned I'd be back, so I wanted to at least come say hello. It is Friday. And then maybe for those of you that are here, we've got 27 of you here. I guess my question is it more helpful to talk trades, post trades without a reason? Or does it help when we talk a little bit about the trades, why we're taking the setup, maybe even as I was mentioning this morning, Wyckoff distributions? Does that kind of stuff help you guys, or would you prefer no, none of that? Always good to get a perspective. When we get thumbs up, thumbs down for that kind of stuff, it helps us, right, as we're looking to grow and make sure that we're relevant for the community. And I've had mixed reviews. Sometimes I hear people like, hey, DVG, keep it to yourself. We don't care about the reason. And then other times people are like, hey, we love it when you post your reason. So just good to get your perspective. And it looks like we've got Ann on YouTube. Shout out to you, Ann. Lee, you're long. Actually, I do like, look, oil I think is going to be an interesting one. The trouble with oil in general is that we're going to see some big fluctuations more than likely in the space with a lot of disruption. So Miguel. Appreciate it. ¿Cómo estás, amigo? Jennifer, thank you for, more interesting to know your perspective. Cool. All right. Well, so look, because we've got some free time a little bit here, maybe I'll take the next 5-10 minutes to just kind of share, I think, a collective perspective of what may be relevant. Again, cue the disclaimer. This is not financial advice. It's just an opinion. I'm totally okay with being wrong. Some people like to point out when you're wrong, and that's okay, right? Good news is, having a perspective can be challenging in markets like this, but it's good to be prepared. So like on the one hand, yes, we can trade technically, but there's two big facets of trading no one seems to be talking about that is literally its very core how to be a successful day trader. And it's the two other aspects. So if you think of the three most important kind of subject matters within trading, you've got, and this is outside of like personal stuff, so not psychology of trading, not risk management. Those are kind of, we'll say, principles of day trading. But there's three real levers that move markets. And you've got like the macro aspect, and that could be whether it's around news, and we're seeing a lot of that, right? It could be geopolitical. It could be, based on currency pairs, etc. Think about like macros. Then you have fundamentals, which are really kind of in and around, hey, what's the PEG ratio? What's the PE ratio? What's profitability look like? How are they trending? What's, what I mean? Like all those fundamentals matter, but that's, I'd say, tranche or category number two. And then the last one is technical. Now we hear a lot about technical stuff because you're looking at charts. We look at charts. We're talking about charts constantly. So it's easy to get caught up in just that space and looking at the technical analysis of charts. It is very important, but it is literally one tool in the toolbox, if that makes sense, out of, two others that really are important. And so, you've heard me talk about kind of what's happening in the financial space. We're talking about dollar pairing. We're talking about inflation. There's a lot of stuff, right? So formulating an opinion is incredibly difficult because markets are volatile, but it's really where you can make a ton of money, right? The nice thing about being a trader versus an investor is you can take advantage of the movements, points, etc., get in and out, move on, right? Investing right now, I think, is going to be challenging probably in the next 3 to 6 months, maybe even longer than that, partially because of everything that we're seeing globally. We're seeing our reserve currency status being challenged. We're seeing, the rise of crypto. We're also seeing a rise in liquidity and retail participation. There's new variables that are new to this market that are unprecedented, so to speak, from traditional markets. All that to say, if you haven't taken the time to learn sound fundamentals, if you haven't taken the time to learn and understand relationships within macro results, right? Like, hey, I always use a simple example. If the price of sugar goes up, what's impacted, right? If the price of oil goes up or down, what's impacted? And it's important to know those things as we look at markets, because right now, at this very moment, it is super, super exciting to see what's coming. Because we are actually now facing what I think is going to be the ultimate, I'm not going to call it a cleansing, but a review of who understands markets and how they work. So, like, even the type of order that you put out could have an impact. We probably will see some slowing. Obviously, volatility, I think, in the next 3 to 6 months inevitably will be, pretty high. We've seen that in the last couple months. But it's just, anyway, all that to say, take this time to figure out, if you don't know a lot about the macro stuff, figure it out. If you don't know a lot about the fundamental stuff, figure it out. Treat this as a business and it'll pay you. You know what I mean? If you treat this as a hobby, that's okay too. It's, it can be fun, exciting. But if you're treating this as a business and as a profession, and you're investing in your knowledge, that'll always help, right? So we talk about joining this community. I'm actually contemplating maybe even putting together some, I don't even want to call it curriculum because it wouldn't be. Technically, we can't like train people, so to speak, because it's just simply an opinion. But maybe some courses of like, hey, here's what to review, here's what to look at. And I'm not even sure if it'd be worthwhile. Just frankly, it's it's time, effort, energy to create that stuff, which I'm not opposed to. But if it's not going to be received, then what's the point, right? So, anyways, all that to say, when you're looking at charts, that's important. We talked about, in fact, I'm going to probably share my screen here. Give me a second. Where is that? There we go. I'm going to share this, and then you guys let me know when you see it. Okay. All right. There we go. There's that. Let me know if you guys see my screen. Bring everyone here. Sorry, Clifton, I stole your screen. You guys see mine? Or is everybody here on my screen here? Options training would be good for me. I noticed you play a lot of options. They mystify me still. Right on, Michael. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is really, I don't know if we're there yet, to be honest. So to be fair, like I'm adding options trading to my arsenal. And I say that meaning originally I was kind of, in one account doing all of it. Now what I've done is I've separated it because I want to measure performance on both. I'm accustomed to trading shares, etc. But I set some money aside specifically just for options trading to see how I would perform. I've done pretty well in short order on that account. I'm a little over double the account size, which is nice. But we'll see. You know what I mean? Because there are still aspects of it that I'm trying to deploy, whether it's around strategies, whether it's spreads, whether it's, you know what I mean? Like even, LMT, for example, I'm in there as a swing trade to the 7th on a 460 strike. I know 460 is a big level. So I'm going to see if we get up there. If we don't, obviously with the announcement of, taking funding away from government or defense spend was a little concerning just the other day. But, the nice thing is because with options, your limited exposure, right? I effectively have, 1,000 shares of exposure, but for, not a ton of money. So anyway. All right, Miguel, cool. So you guys see the screen. So I mentioned this earlier today, and this is the kind of stuff like we talk about the 3 dimensions of trading, right? And they're all important. They're all the levers. So let's call it the 3 levers for sake of argument. You've got the macro, you've got fundamental analysis, and then you've got technical analysis. A lot of people all over YouTube and the world right now are talking about how they're experts in, technical analysis, but it's a very, very sophisticated thing. Like I've seen a lot of people just go, oh, look, draw a line here, draw a line there, and ta-da. Sometimes it's that easy when it's just a big bull market, right? AKA, look at this, just straight up. Makes it really easy. Just buy, hold, see there. But then when this happens, people panic. Then when this happens, people panic. When that happens, people panic, right? Like, anyways. What I mentioned earlier today, I thought was kind of what's important, and it may not work out, which is totally fine. And I think for those of you guys who did anybody watch this morning when I was talking about Wyckoff distribution or Wyckoff accumulation? Is anybody watching this? Does this even matter? Maybe, maybe not. Anyway, I'm going to go through it anyways. So let's take a look here. I'm going to draw a couple things here. Yeah, why not? Right there is good. Okay. Okay. How can I get rid of Give me a second, guys. I don't want to get rid of my levels just yet. Yeah, no, don't want to do that. All right, give me a sec. So, okay. So Jennifer, you heard it. Michael, you heard it. All right, cool. So this might be a repeat for you guys then. But this is the kind of stuff that, like, these are kind of more complex trading setups, right? So you've got the traditional, bull trend, higher high, higher low, key levels, whatever, right? When you start looking at accumulation distribution strategies, it's an important aspect of trading. Again, going back to, like, if you're maybe weak on technical analysis, check them out. Start looking. It's a good time to really tighten your capabilities as a trader. Guys, hold on. I'm getting a call. Give me a sec. All right. Sorry about that. You guys, I'm back. All right. So I try to tell you guys what to do. At the end of the day, look, we're a community trying to help wherever we can, how we can, etc. So with that, take it with a grain of salt. To do your best to live your best life. You know what I mean? Anyway, so in looking at this, it's important to start recognizing patterns. I think you guys remember what other pattern we were talking about, like a cup and handle, for example. We were talking about potentially double tops, etc. So this is where, like, hedges start to matter. I talked about it, what was it, yesterday? 601, if we see a break here, I'd be more concerned about a legitimate Wyckoff distribution where you see the last point of supply maybe giving out, which I'm kind of concerned at the 607 level. The flip side is this could be an accumulation. Now, granted, you'd have to take into account this part. So imagine that, like, we ignore everything to the left there and just use this as a potential accumulation where instead of this downturn, you see that happen. And again, anything's possible, right? Anything's possible. But what's compelling is if you start to learn these types of patterns, this looks an awful like this distribution, doesn't it? Now, it doesn't mean it's going to happen. You don't want to start trading with self-fulfilling prophecies, AKA, I think this is going to happen and I'm going to lose all my money in case it doesn't happen. Do you know what I mean? Like, we gotta be smart. That's why we talk about stop losses, trading psychology, risk management, etc. But that said, when you start to see these patterns, like, granted, if you look at this on a 15-minute, it's not that easy to see. If you look at it on a daily pattern, a little more evident. But we talk about looking at things in different time frames to get a perspective, right? Because you've got investors, you've got traders, and then you've got institutional traders, and then you've got retail traders, or, they call it dumb money, smart money. I call it retail traders, institutional traders, right? At the end of the day, when you see this type of pattern, like, as soon as I saw this on the 4 hour, I'm like, oh my goodness, that looks like we could be in a Wyckoff distribution. And here's what would need to happen. Mark the 607.03. I want to see an up thrust, maybe once or twice. We saw that, plus a failure. Does 607 now become support? If it does, well, then we run the risk of doing this. But if we see a false breakout, now we run the risk of breaking through the ice, is what it's called. So you have jump across the river, you know, what do they call it? Basically, that's like this level here. It's this 573. So there was a high. Once we got above it and you validate it, that's your move right there. That was the best time to go long right there, right? Take advantage of the full move because who knows where the top is. But there's your jump across. Now, once you see the last, you know, level of supply, which could be the 607, which is right here, you start getting into phase C. So I talked about it yesterday, phase A, phase B, phase C. You get the D, the E, it's over, right? And so they call it, you know, breaking the ice. That would be here, right? There it is. In fact, I'm going to make that pink. Sure. I'll do teal. Sure. Make it a little more obvious. All right. So if this is your level for breaking the ice to the downside, guys, look at how big of a move that would have to be. So almost 10%, 9% in the market just to get to this level. Okay. No guarantees. Not a guarantee, right? But these up thrusts are very interesting to watch. And it's been validated almost twice. 3 times even, right? 1, 2, third time, fail, fail, fail. So if this level consolidates at 607, fine. But if we start breaking 605 and getting down to like 600 area, I'm thinking that this actually could start to look a little more like this, where, you know, maybe this isn't a straight down leg, right? But you might start seeing, you know, bounce to here, maybe a bounce to there, then a further down bounce, and then you see phase E, which is full-blown capitulation to the downside. Now, all that to say, I don't want to sound like just a bear. What I'm saying is this is the kind of stuff that if you see it, be prepared for it. So while everybody's trying to give you a reason, oh, the reason that markets went down is because A, B, C, and X, Y, Z, right? Maybe they're not looking at technical analysis. Maybe they're not understanding that this is what accumulation and distribution strategies look like in general, right? Like here's a perfect inverse of that. This is an accumulation strategy right down here, right? You see a downward move, you see a push, you know, back to essentially a recovery, a rally, we call it an automatic rally, right here, right? Then once you see the spring, which is right down here, this is the beginning of your phase C in your Wyckoff distribution. Test, retest, break, spring, right there would be your entry for a long position. Target would be automatic rally, which would be up to this 418.25. So there's ways of understanding accumulation and distribution strategies. They're very important and they're very relevant. This is not quite one. This is just literally a, you know, accelerated thrust here. I'd have to look at the day, but I'm sure there's some news there to put in a bottom, right? A little double bottom here and then take off. But when you start seeing this stuff and you identify these patterns quickly, it can help you just from a technical lens, let alone the macro aspect of things, right? When you've got Trump, who literally looks at markets kind of as an indicator of how well he's doing in the office. I don't think he's going to try to tank the markets per se, but you can have a feeling, and you could, we always say, don't trade what you see, not what you feel, right? So anyway, all that to say, keep an eye on this level. It's very important. You can even mark it as a zone. So when people say like, oh, you said 607.03, first of all, it's not, financial advice. So trade at your own will here. But this can either turn into a demand zone where people start to buy. And if we take out this top, yeah, be on the lookout for a new all-time high. 617, 618, whatever it is, right? But the opposite is also true. This could also be an area of what? Oops. Resistance, right? So it just depends on how you're looking at it. And you guys have heard, last couple of days, I've hedged it and made a ton of money doing it, right? Like you could have bought this dip, which I wouldn't be mad at it because we are kind of, if you look at us on a daily, I would say that's a pretty bullish move, right? But fundamentally, like being prepared for these types of moves as a trader are very important. Like if you wanted to risk anything right now, like to the upside, okay, I get it, right? Well, now you know where your downside Momo is, right? At 605.70 would be your stop loss. I would put it a little bit further, maybe down here, 605, 604.90. But anyway, all that to say, this is one aspect of it. Understanding more complex patterns is another. I'm actually starting to keep a very close eye. We've been talking about the dollar pairings, right? They're, Forex specific, and the overall dollar index. Inflation is what for markets? Good or bad? I'm going to pick on you, Jennifer. No wrong answer. It's okay. But Jennifer, inflation, good or bad for markets? Okay. Bad for markets. Why? If you don't mind. Thoughts? Yeah, no wrong answer. Don't want to pick on you too much, but historically, inflation is good for markets, actually, with a caveat. One of two things. Dollar has to be weak. When we have a strong dollar, okay, this is what we've been talking about for the last, couple months here. So you kind of have, I wish I could can I draw on this? Maybe I can. All right. I'm going to doodle here. So humor me. So you usually have kind of three different well, we'll call them levers, but three different segments. Okay. So we'll call this stock. We'll call this bonds. And we'll call this, where's this? Rates, why not? Now, obviously, I'm oversimplifying, okay? So, I'm sure anybody could come in here and, what is going on here? Why is it doing this? I don't know what's going on here. There we go. That was weird. Okay, so you got stock, bonds, rates, right? Super simplification. So bear with me. Usually these have some form of relationship. Stocks go higher, bonds do one or the other, right? Rates do one or the other, right? Here's the trouble, though. The underlying thing that is starting to matter and no one seems to be talking about is the dollar. Now, why am I talking about the dollar so much? We have four real categories that determine investment strategy collectively, globally, like not just the US, we're talking just around the world, right? So if stock markets are rallying or moving higher, that means that your dollar or currency, whatever it may be, is performing a certain way, right? So if it's up or down or whatever it is, right? Similarly for bonds and similar for rates. Now, here's the trouble, and actually all these arrows are the trouble. Because these relationships are inversed in some cases, right? Like obviously there's different parameters. Like you technically can have all four up. Exhibit A right now. We have all four markets are up. So rates are high, bonds are high, stocks are high, and the dollar is strong. So that's what this represents, by the way, like dollar being strong or weak, right, respectively. So in a perfect world, stock markets usually go up when the value of the dollar is down and the rates are down. Why? Anybody want to guess? Anybody? This is stuff they're not going to teach you on whatever, Fox News or whatever, CNBC or whatever is your favorite channel, Bloomberg, right? But why do you think when rates are down and the value of the dollar is down, or currency, whatever currency pair you're in, why is that good for markets? Nobody? Talking to myself here? I'm losing people. We got 23 people, and it was like 27. So it's not relevant. Should I stop talking about it? I mean, I don't have to. Just trying to help out. Aha! Jennifer, thank you. Yes, that's exactly right. So if money's cheaper to borrow with rates down, and you have a weak dollar, right? So you get your dollar going down and you got rates going down. You can borrow more dollars and invest it in what? We talk about equity risk premium. Do you guys remember that? So equity risk premium is where you got to make your money somewhere. So if bonds or regular just keeping things in cash is going to pay you, let's just say 5, 6%, 4%, 3%, 2%, whatever percent, right? You're going to have some exposure to bonds or more conservative assets. But you've got to make that equity risk premium somehow, especially when you're a big brokerage house. Why? Because if you're borrowing money at, let me see. So if you borrow money at, let's just say back in the day, it was 3%, but it was less than that. So you borrow money at 3%, you know, you could get bonds or conservative for, I don't know, let's call it 5%, right? So you're already net, you're net there, you're going to make 2%, right? Well, now you've got a person you got to pay, expensive stockbrokers, etc. And they usually want to make, I don't know, let's say 2%, right? So 2%, it's give or take, because it depends on the brokerage house. But let's just say you want 2% for brokers. So you are now net zero, right? Then you have operational costs, which that's a whole, different thing. But if you have assets under management of X, there's a formula around this, guys. This is why I'm sharing this with you. So it matters, but there's an operational cost for, assets under management. And let's just say that is X, and that X is converted to a percentage of overall capital being leveraged. And let's just say on average, just because it's kind of common what you see in the SPY, you want to see about a 12%, maybe to anywhere from that to, I don't know, 18% return. Why? So now you can take, let's just say you got to pay your brokers, you got to pay your operational costs, and you've got to pay your investors, right? So if let's just say you make 12% and you got to pay your investors 10%, 8%, you make 4%. Well, is that 4% enough to run your business? Question mark, right? And the answer is yes, no, maybe so. But if you look at collectively, as an example for the Mag 7, the reason why they call this the Mag 7, across the board for both the Qs and the SPY, like if you look at the SPY, for example, 28% of that is run by, or give or take, right? Call it 20 to 30%. I see 28, maybe it's 25, 27, whatever the weighted average is. But about 28% of that is run by 7 companies. So there's 493 other companies that are performant on the S&P 500. And if you look collectively, what they have done the 493 outside of the Mag 7. The Mag 7 has made, I don't know, 90% in the last, as far as return on investment, like a 90% return, whereas others have been like closer to 7 or 8%. So I'd say the industry standard. So you're seeing this weird shift. Now, the good news is we know that growth through technology means innovation, and that's good for overall economies, right? That's not a bad thing. And so as a result, then you had to have the question of, well, what's the valuation? What's the PEG ratio? What's the PE ratio? What's happening in that sector? All that stuff starts to matter collectively. But when we saw these breakouts in technology, it was this arbitrary figure, arbitrary number that people would just come up with and say, yeah, I think it should be worth X, Y, Z, A, B, C, right? And with inflation, with COVID that came out, et cetera, and, we're seeing mountains of money being pumped in the system, you have a weak dollar, cheap rates, and inflation. So what did that do to markets circa 2022, right? It just blew the top off markets. So the reason I bring this up, you guys still with me? Anybody? Everybody? Nobody? See Miguel, yep. Loans are cheaper, yep. You guys, is this helpful? Does this matter? I mean, I really don't have to do this, but I'm sharing a perspective because it's okay to be wrong. And this is why I'm sharing this with you guys too, right? Like a lot of people go, oh yeah, DVG is an idiot. That's cool. But this is how my brain works. So anyways, all right. Ollie, very helpful. Cool. Thanks. So here comes the fun part. Okay. What we've been talking about for the last, 2 months, maybe 3 months. Actually, might even be closer to 4 months. I don't even know. I've been talking about, no one is talking about this little right here, this guy. Forex markets are literally like 3, 4, 5 times. Like you can just Google it, right? The size of Forex markets is substantially larger than stock and bond markets. Okay. No one is talking about this, and it matters. Right now, there's, really kind of 4 ways that wars happen between countries, right? There's the traditional military war that, first thing come to mind, right? There's geopolitical wars. There's capital wars, AKA right here, right? And we're not talking about these other aspects at the moment, but it's important. So when you look at the reason I bring up the dollar and the importance therein, if the dollar gets stronger and rates go higher, well, that's not good because now you have more buying power, except you can't borrow money, right? If bonds go higher, well, then you don't need to worry about equity risk premium or get your money as much because you can make 7% on bonds. So it's a little more of a conservative investment. Well, if I want to make sure my equity risk premium, I'm used to making this last year. I made 19%, 20%. Well, this year we need to show growth. So we need to make sure that our equity risk premium is north of 20%, right? Well, that means we got to buy more equities, but we have a stronger dollar and we have higher rates and we have bonds moving higher. Now, this is where I get nervous. Okay. Like, again, not a lot of people are talking about this because there's people in each camp, right? Right now, the biggest bond holders is the Fed. Listen to Bessent, Bessent. Listen to what he said yesterday. Literally was like, I don't mind what Doge is doing at all right now. That's actually going to be great for me, right? And that'll actually be the opposite of inflationary. So here's a guy that's selling. He wants people to buy his bonds, right? You got the stock market, which, look at any, heck, you're here, right, in this channel. But a lot of people are talking about stocks. No one is talking about this right here. And the trouble is, one of these are going to be wrong and one of them are going to be right. Because all four can't be this, they can't all be up, if that makes sense. But there are advocates, big trillion, billion-dollar asset classes in each one of these. Make sense? So here's what I'm worried about. This becomes stagflationary. No one wants to use that word. We talked about it yesterday, and I'm not trying to be doom and gloom. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's be prepared that in the event these things happen, what does that mean? How do you prepare yourself? How do you trade? How do you make sure that you're not in, the smoke and mirrors that they're telling you in the local news channel, right? Oh, markets are down because of these 5 reasons. Isn't it magical when they come up with news that kind of help tell their story, right? Versus right now, guys, we're short the market right now. We're making a ton of money, right? We're making a ton. I'm like, I took some partials, but I'm letting the rest run. Like, guys, we're making a ton of money right now on Tesla. A ton of money on Qs. A ton of money on, look at, like, SPY just broke its new session low. I'm waiting for 601 now. Anyways, does this make sense so far? Does this make sense of why this could be concerning? Because these have potentially inverse relationships, right? Now, I'm sharing with these arrows, and I get it's just like a doodle, right? Just doodling here on a screen. But it matters, okay? It matters. Not all 4 can be up. They are right now. But if all of a sudden this goes way up here, which one do you think is going to be the first to be impacted? Will it be rates? Will it be bonds? Or will it be stocks? Conversely, if this goes down, what do you think is going to be impacted? So this is why I talk about macro and fundamentals and why it's important to understand this. I'm not going to give you guys all the answers here, but knowing what happens when there's a strong dollar, what happens when rates go higher, what happens when bonds go higher or lower, or stocks go lower, or is this the recipient on those 3, right? And understanding these relationships start to matter because, again, I don't want a broken clock is right twice a day, right? But I don't want to sound bearish all the time. What I am is concerned, and hence why I've been more prone, even in the last couple months, to be bearish on these markets, even though we're putting in all-time highs. Now, I was happy to trade what's in front of me, right? If we're going to break out, I'm taking advantage of it. Why not? But when I look back and see a Wyckoff distribution being set up in markets, I'm paying close attention to that. Why? Because my technical side of my brain of markets is being triggered of like, hey, pay attention to this. If this happens, then this happens, then that happens. Boom, you've got an executable trade, right? And a lot of people will have a tendency to want to short stocks that are literally breaking out all-time highs. But where you want to short stocks is when the move is confirmed. And then it's like, there's a hole in the bottom of the boat. Your goal is to sink the boat. Well, put more holes in it. You know what I mean? So I know it's terrible to say, but it's just, as traders, right, you got to take advantage of moves one way or the other. Like when markets are moving higher, you don't hear anybody complaining when you're full-blown bull, right? So anyway, all that to say, pay attention to these 4 aspects of the market. Understand each sector also is tied to the dollar, the rate, the bond, and stocks differently, right? Like how oil responds to rates, or how oil responds to dollar is different than how tech responds to dollar rates, and etc. But this is going to be important in the coming literally months. It looks like we lost someone else too, so maybe I'll stop here. But hopefully that helps. And the reason I'm sharing that is we get a chance to be prepared in this room for the infinite possibilities that could happen in the market. But what I find fascinating is that people 9 times out of 10 are okay with being the passenger for whatever the move is. Meaning, right? Like, oh, did you see what happened to markets today? It was down 1%. The reason is because of tariffs. Like, no, Not necessarily. That's what you heard on the news. But what are the implications around it, right? So anyway, right now with this room, I encourage all of us to A, share ideas, B, learn about these ancillary components. And again, as I'm losing people in the members in the community are leaving the room, maybe you guys don't care about this stuff, so I'll keep it to myself, I suppose. Or maybe I'll do like weekend masterclass type stuff. Would that even be interesting? I don't know. But if it was, maybe to make it worth my while, have like a small fee or something for me to spend the time or whatever, that would be kind of neat. Let's see. I'm looking at YouTube real quick. So, Ann, you can hear me. Waylon, I like both. Cool. Right on. Rico, MLGO. Yeah, that was a good trade. Yep, for sure. And good. All right, cool. So anyways, well, look, I wanted to pop in because I told you guys I'd be back. I have these trades on. I may add to them. We'll see. I've definitely, paid myself already. Now I've just got I'm printing free money now. Under SPY 605, which we're about there now. I may roll them to the 601s. I've been talking about 601 since yesterday, big levels, right? So if we see 601 break, just right around here, I'll be making some really great money into the weekend. Worth noting, it is options expiration right around 1 o'clock, so about 40 minutes, 35 minutes from now. We'll probably see volatility spike here in a bit, one way or the other. Obviously, directionally, we're down. Look at the green chart, though, or where the green is. This could be a demand zone. We know there's a supply zone here where we saw literally demand pick up right there. 1, 2, 3, triple bottom from yesterday. So we could see people, if it gets back up to this level, try to buy it and push markets back to the highs. That said, you guys know what direction I'm in. Yesterday, I was like, hey, cool. Let me take advantage of it, get paid. We did. Today, I'm more comfortable, we'll say, holding on to some of these options to the downside. Trouble is, a lot of smart money investors aren't thinking the same way. They're like, why would I do that when every time the dip gets down here, people buy it? Whoever people may be, institutions, retail traders, whatever. But I encourage you guys to remember what that Wyckoff distribution looked like. In fact, I can grab it again. Wrong. Here it is. I probably should be, quoting these guys, but I just grabbed it off the internet. These guys did a great job illustrating it. But looks like that is setting up right here. I don't know. I hope I'm wrong. I'd love to see more of a bullish push higher, but this is concerning. So anyways, with that, I'll let you guys go. I will see you guys on Monday. Hopefully everybody has a fantastic weekend. We had literally 2 baby losing trades. Everything else we absolutely crushed today. One stock I'm also keeping very close eye on. Meta and these guys. IonQ and Meta on my watch list. Well, listen, Jennifer, Ollie, appreciate the participation. Miguel as well. Michael P, shout out to you as well. And for those of you on YouTube, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Look, it really helps us. It does. And honestly, provide feedback. So if you guys are wondering, like, hey, how do I get a hold of DVG? And if it's, thumbs up, thumbs down, that's okay. Like, open to share an opinion. Maybe you like what I'm sharing. Maybe you don't. That's cool. Or maybe you prefer like when Scott shares something or whatever. Like, we're open. We're listening. We want to make sure it's relevant for you guys. And for those of you on the YouTube side of the house, come join us, right? Try us out for 7 days. We've got a few users even within, I don't know, last 2 days. Our buddy, what was it? always forgetting his name. So I think it's Jeff. I'm not, I don't want to mispronounce who it is, but give me 1 second. Jeff B. One of our traders in the community. Last 2 days has made north of $6,000 in 2 days. So obviously there's no guarantees. I'm not promoting that to say, hey, come join us, you're going to make $6,000. Absolutely not. This is not financial advice. This is an opinion only. But fundamentally, like if you're able to take advantage of some of the moves and more importantly, it's your trades, it's your money. Great. But I mean, gosh, $6,000, we're charging a lot less than that per month. So anyway, come join us if you're interested. Have a great weekend, everybody. Cheers. God bless.